Start your engines, NASCAR fans. Well, in a couple of minutes, we'll start our engines. Lineup set by the way things ended last week in Daytona. Tyler Reddick gets the pole because of a washout, due to washout out of qualifying runs. Joey Logano will start outside of him in row 1. Row 2 is Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Chase Elliott. Brad Keselowski and Zane Smith take up row 3. Then Chris Buescher, Riley Herbst, Bubba Wallace, and Josh Berry are rows 4 and 5. Noah Gragson, Daniel Suarez take up row 6. William Byron, Kyle Busch in row 7. Row 8, Carson Hocevar and Kyle Larson. Ty Dillon and Cody Ware in row 9. Row 10 is AJ Allmendinger and Michael McDowell. Row 11, Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney. Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek are in the 12th row. 13th row, Ty Gibbs and Ryan Preece. Cole Custer and Shane Van Gisbergen in row 14. Row 15, Denny Hamlin and Austin Cindric. Connor Zilic and Christopher Bell in row 16. Austin Dillon, Chase Briscoe in row 17. Todd Gilliland, Alex Bowman in row 18. BJ McLeod and JJ Yaley in row 19. Wind will be a factor in today's race.
Signal Command Color Guard presents our nation's colors. For today's invocation, please welcome Senior Pastor at Fayetteville First Baptist Church, Griffin Gilman. Let's pray. Thank you that we can come here today and enjoy some of your good gifts, good weather, powerful cars. We're grateful for the drivers and the crew and all those working here today. Help them to perform to the best of their ability. And we take this moment to thank you for Jesus and for his cross and resurrection that's able to save us from sin and death. Be with us today and keep us safe. In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please, Atlanta's operating tenor, Timothy Miller. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad striped and bright stars through perilous fight o'er the hearts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
And now for the four most famous words in stock car racing. Gentlemen, start your engines. There's one thing that's going to be a pain in the ass for this watch along. It's the wind outside. Because trust me, it is running a lot of interference today. Not just on my main TV, but also on this TV. We're seeing Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, and Kevin Harvick. Why can't I say Clint for Jeff Burton for one reason or another with those on camera?
Yesterday, that means the first time they set these race cars is right here, folks. Well, they're going to be uncomfortable. There's not another track on this schedule where they will feel more uncomfortable in the car. I think that
very uncomfortable these drivers will be in these cars.
But you know that you have to balance that handling and speed, so the team setups which driver can take that car that is as fast as it can be and still handle well enough to compete. So take Daytona and take out the very straightaway. Keep the speeds up the same. And that's kind of what we have here. We're going to see a lot of 3-wide pack racing. A lot like that. We're going to see chaos.
The only difference is that there are smaller straightaway gaps.
This is a great track. Ever since we repainted this thing and reconfigured it, folks, it is awesome. I cannot wait to watch it. I don't know, Mike. I think we've seen it on lap 1. We've seen it on lap 10. We have had more chaos here than we probably have anywhere. Well, on a very breezy, sunny day in Atlanta, we are ready to go racing. Let's go track some. Echopark Speedway, here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome, representing his father, Captain Claude Leving, and to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, retired Naval Flight Officer and Aerospace Engineer, Commander Charles Leving.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
just like that, you're back on track. That happens, we're here to help you take action. This is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com. Has a Cardinal's disease or someone that can talk to around? I got the back for that. That's something for Cardinal's disease. Find your urology specialist who treats BPD and go get somebody. Are you hiding? You are something is terribly right for me. I'm always here to help. Then show me, Carfax. Carfax can show you damage impacts prices, so you don't have to overpay. Always look for me and shop millions of great deals at Carfax.com. Alright, so guys, just smile and say, switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes and get an iPhone 17 on the... Switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes. What they're trying to say is you can switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off mobile up to $800. Why can't we just say cheese? Cheese! Plus, save up to 20% versus the other guys by getting built-in benefits making you that position. And saving applications by saving. The 2026 NASCAR Cup season is right. And that means your favorite fantasy games are back and better than ever. In Fantasy Live, send your money from your watch driver each week, earn fan rewards points, climb the leaderboard, and compete for a $25,000 grand prize. Or try 36 for 36, a survivor-style game where you can create or join leagues to compete against your friends. Sign up for free at NASCAR.com or the NASCAR app to join the action and make every lap mean more. Qualifying rained out, so the Daytona 500 finished metric set the starting line. Yeah, let's talk to Tyler. Hey, Tyler, get Flynn up in the booth. Well, you got that title right at the front of your name now, Daytona 500 champion, but that's over with. Now you have to go here to Atlanta, mile shorter racetrack. What's the difference in strategy today compared to Daytona? Yeah, I just think the race, the way the race plays out, it's a little bit more drivers have at it. So, they run, the condition. Also, everybody will be trying to understand what's responsible. So, typically when we go there, we got really fast to go to Henry, so I just do what I can and try and get back to lane with this long car. All right, Tyler, talk to me a little bit more about that. Obviously, the wind drive, all the things we just said. We haven't even been in this race car yet. What is that like when you drive off in the corner and all these guys are behind you? You're the first one in this corner. Yeah, it's so fun to me. Back in the day of code racing, all I had was fun for sure. Nobody knows better. Good luck out there. Thank you, guys. Daytona 500 winner will start and alongside with Peachtree and Logano, he's a two-time Atlanta winner. Now on to where he's headed out. Last year's runner-up in the 500, and Chase Elliott left the best average finish of all the drivers on the new Atlanta configuration. Here's Daniel. And Chase Elliott came within 50 yards of winning his first ever Daytona 500.
Yeah, Cat knows how you feel, Jimmy Hard.
He returns here to his home track.
Chase Elliott, lifetime. This is his 15th race at this track. Bubba led the most laps last Me in Daytona. Carson's never finished better than second at this track, and that was last year.
Aerodynamics are so important at a high-speed track like Echopark Speedway. Now, most things related to air are over the body, underneath the car. But one element is air on this Gen 7 car. You really can't see. It's in the front of the race car. Let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car. Let's take a look at what this does. Now, air flows through the grill. Let's air go to the air block, to the throttle block, to the engine. It's about handling, and you also have to think about you'll be out there in one big pack. Well, it definitely is a balance to be able to get where it will have the speed and to be able to push, to be able to lead, to keep up with some of the cars that may have that advantage from a speed standpoint. So today, as a driver, I always wanted that car to handle good, but sometimes that might be too slow. Well, that's exactly what you're trying to balance, but I'm telling you, we've seen it time and time again with these guys. Here we go, look at that.
This is what happened last year. John Hunter Nemechek gets loose. Christopher Bell getting loose. Kyle Larson getting loose. Pit road is long. Echopark Speedway, 3,900 feet. Longest pit road of any of the tracks, and the smallest pit box in all the tracks. Only about 27 feet in both area. Pit road gap, 10 feet. It's 10 feet more narrow than Daytona at 32 feet. Daytona's 42.
Jordan on hand. Maybe still celebrating a 500 win last week. I don't know, Biggie. How about that? Absolutely. You don't ever get over that one. How windy is it? Okay, that is a flag more than straight out. That's about 33 to 35 miles an hour right there. Here's the thing that I think is going to be an issue, though. Watch that wind as it starts bouncing back and forth. It's not only variable as far as, 10 to 30. It is varying degrees. So as they hit on a cross, wind or even a tailwind, it throws these cars for a loop. Yeah, and that tailwind, as we go into turn 3 today, and then you naturally get tight going into that corner. But with that,
I'm going to be at the Brazoria County Comic-Con. Not Gloria's, Brazoria County Comic-Con in Lake Jackson. So many great guests. It's going to be such a wonderful.
Where is Lake Jackson? Boogie, boogie, boogie. Let's go racing, boys. And we're off. Logano forcing his way to the front. And he'll take lap 1 away from Tyler Reddick. And now Reddick gets back in front. We got 3 wide in the middle of the pack. Now Logano goes back to the front as we go into lap 3. Uh-oh. Logano and Reddick going too high. Now it's single file in front for the front 4. Now the front 4 goes single file. Meantime, looking at the back, you see Josh Berry in the middle. Josh Berry, William Byron. Six laps in, and it's been really moving forward. Logano and Reddick fighting for the top spot. In the meantime, Keselowski and Stenhouse fighting for the 3 slot, fighting for spot for position 3. Drafting being key here. Who's going to get it as Berry is coming up behind them along with Chase Elliott. Uh-oh. Almost a gap close there by Logano. Here comes Ryan Blaney. Chase Briscoe's moved up 10. Josh Berry has moved up 5. Ty Gibbs has moved up 5. Carson Hocevar has moved up 5. Yeah, for these Ford model, for these Gen 7, ever since the Gen 4 model was retired, easier said than done for a Ford to get a win these days because of how, unless it's a Penske Ford, as more often than not, the other Ford teams have been stagnating. Logano continuing to lead the pack. The now 17-year vet from Connecticut. 37-year-old, 17-year vet from Connecticut. Or 18-year vet from Connecticut. Lap 10. Not much changing up front. Your front 3 right now are Logano, Reddick, Keselowski, with Keselowski and Reddick swapping second back and forth. Stenhouse Jr. in 4th. Then it's Josh Berry coming up. Joe Logano leads the pack where it's back and forth from behind, further back behind him. "11 laps complete. It's Logano, Reddick, Keselowski, Stenhouse, Berry, Elliott, Smith, Herbst. I didn't see the last one, making up your top 10. Byron. Three wide in the back, further back. Some of these guys hoping for a yellow just so they can get back in this thing. We're seeing a bunch up in the back. Stenhouse now clawing his way back, but he's still about a car length behind. But still about a car length back to. As you see that accordion effect bunch up the inside line as Logano tries to go to the out to cut off the lane. To cut off that line. And Brett Keselowski's forward, who keeps trying to try to slingshot from the top to the bottom. And now Reddick catapults himself back in front. Damn. Guess I'm going to need T to do it. Stenhouse giving Logano a push to third. The second. Keselowski and Berry not far. Now Keselowski trying to sandwich himself in between Logano and Reddick. He can't. Logano moves into second again. Well, Stenhouse now about to be third. Brad, how about you try to go to the outside line instead of staying on the inside? The drafting help is on the outside line. Now Keselowski's finally getting some room. Will he get the lead? Will he push forward? He's going to need a little help in the back. At the start-finish line, Keselowski takes the lead, albeit briefly. .25 of 260 complete. It's now neck and neck between Reddick and Keselowski, but how long is that going to last? Stenhouse looking to give Keselowski the push, and he does. Pushes Bad Brad to the lead. But here comes Stenhouse. And here comes Reddick at the line. Keselowski leads lap 27. And now gets a bit of clean air, but here comes Reddick again. Your top 10 at the moment: Brad Keselowski, Tyler Reddick, Josh Berry, Joey Logano, William Byron, Carson Hocevar, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Chase Elliott. God damn it. Why? I hate when they do that. Kyle Larson and Ryan Blaney. Logano led 15 of the first 27. Tyler Reddick has led 8 of the first 27. This is going to be lap number 5, led by Brad Keselowski. Reddick going to the underside, and he will take the lead back from Bad Brad. Brad will at least get 1 bonus point for leading a lap. Clean air on the underside for the pole sitter. Didn't even get for Chase Elliott. Three wide. Keselowski in the middle. He may have the leverage. He has the drafting leverage. Everyone bunches up behind him and Chase. Uh-oh, we got trouble. And right now it's Keselowski in the lead. What happened to Carson Hocevar? Yeah, that's definitely a flat, as the Spectrum Chevy 77 is hanging the pit road. And regardless of who crosses the line first, this is going to put Carson a lap off the pace. And Hocevar will enter the pits to get that tire replaced and maybe get some of the bump, whatever, for hit loose. He'll also take a brief splash of fuel, so he's not out for too long. Having said that, that does still put him a lap off the pace. Biggest mover since the start, Austin Cindric has moved up to 6th. Alex Bowman has moved up to 18th. Connor Zilic, he's moved up to 14th. Chase Briscoe up to 22nd. Ryan Blaney up to 8th. Reddick moves back into the lead. Keselowski goes high to try to cut off Elliott, but that opens the door for both Joey Logano and Chase and Josh Berry to get around him, dropping him to 4th. Keselowski led 8 laps in this stretch. Now Josh Berry of the Wood Brothers in the mix. This is a car that won it last year. Got Wood Brothers Racing its first win since the 2011 Daytona 500 with Trevor Bayne behind the cockpit. In the cockpit. Austin Cindric making his way up through the field, as is William Byron. I don't know when the pit window is. $15 of the 35 laps so far, led by Joey Logano. There you see Kyle Larson just fighting to stay in the top 10. Stenhouse Jr. We're on lap 38. The top 10 are Logano, Berry, Cindric, Byron, Reddick, Elliott, Blaney, Keselowski, Stenhouse, Reddick, Elliott, Blaney, Keselowski, Stenhouse, and Smith. Still 22 until the first stage is complete. And Logano is just pulling away from the pack. I'm just hoping for a caution flag soon so we can reset and some of these cars can go into the pits and get fixed up.
Hey, I'm Michaela Schifrin, and I'm proud to partner with Team G to work for Woodward. One of the things I love the most about working with
the guy has spent who knows how long accumulating the ultimate Woody's Roundup collection. Although the most crucial piece of merchandise was missing, having finally found Woody himself, Al can cash in and collect a huge payday. Al doesn't have much else going for him. He clearly isn't content running his toy store, and he comes home to a lonely apartment where he falls asleep in front of the TV every day. Once Woody and the gang get lost in transit, Al falls back to his pathetic life, selling toys at discounted prices.
Welcome to Al's Toy Barn. We've got the lowest prices in town. Everything for a
Number 19. Parent who shows business. Even if Skinner is temperamental and a sellout, he works hard to get where he is. So an antagonist, it doesn't have much choice in the matter.
First off, should anyone who's laughed at Chip has ever done? Nothing.
Mini Buzz Lightyear has spent his existence in a display case, standing little chance of going. I think I just found it. Mini Buzz Lightyear has spent his. His plan is also flawed, as nobody buys his hunting down in the ball pit story, except for Rex. Regardless, he's a toy. It's in his nature to want to play.
Chase Elliott now moves in front as we come back from commercial break at lap 46, I believe. Yes. Then it's Logano in second, Reddick in third, Barry in fourth. Bubba Wallace coming in fourth, Barry in fifth, Larson sixth, Cindric in seventh, Byron in eighth, Smith in eighth, Byron in ninth, and Connor Zilic, where the hell he come from in 10th. He's fighting with Noah Gragson for that last spot in the top 10. In 11th, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney in 12th, Michael McDowell, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski, 13th, 14th, 15th. How I miss Atlanta being much fuller than this. Did Tyler Reddick just retake the lead? And no, he didn't. Oh, that's Hocevar in front. I forgot he's a lap off the pace because of that flat tire, or that he suffered earlier. He's trying to basically stay in front, and when the caution comes out, he can get a lap back. And I mean desperately. It is getting tricky out there in Atlanta. 10 laps until the end of the stage. And we'll have to ask what happened to guys like Keselowski and Stenhouse were at the front of the pack at the start of this race, or near the front of the pack. Well, sooner or later, someone's have to go. They're going to have to go into the pit. These guys will have to come into the pit. If I was wondering, I don't know what the pit window is for these cars at this track. But keep in mind, these are cars that had smaller fuel cells than the cars I grew up watching on these tracks when I started following NASCAR. That being the fourth gen cars. The Gen 3 transitioning into a Gen 4.
I don't want it to be over. 4 years is a long time to wait for Team USA to play again. Yeah, you're going to be supported by it. We really need to get you into this. Yeah. Change in 5 years. Our best price launch is $50 a month for 5 years guaranteed. Extended. Imagine that.
Now Kyle Larson moves in on the inside.
Racing and betting is better with DraftKings. From race winner to driver props and everything in between, the DraftKings Sportsbook is waiting.
I believe Ross Chastain is a lap down.
Speaking of green, now you can take a shot at some quick DraftKings.
Oh, that's not Chastain.
Operator of NASCAR. This week, DraftKings has an exclusive offer.
Oh, that is Larson. And now Kyle Larson moves to the lead. So now it's a Hendrick horsepower run at the front with Larson, Elliott, and Byron running 1, 2, and 3. So are Kyle Larson, Austin Cindric, William Byron, Bubba Wallace, Connor Zillich, Kyle Busch, Joe Logano, Kyle Busch. So Keselowski's car is just getting too loose on him. So they're gonna make some heavy track. So when the comp caution for stage completion comes out, and it can't come soon enough for Bad Brad, they're gonna make either a wedge or a track bar adjustment. And you got Blaney in 8th or 9th. Bubba Wallace now in the lead. As Elliott got tight behind Larson. There's a green white. Here comes Cindric on the outside, and he'll take the lead. It will stay in the inside. Here comes Larson on the out, and at the checker, it's Austin Cindric who wins stage 1. I'm fine, John C. Quick switch to a yellow. So the top 10 out of stage 1 are Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace, Kyle Larson, William Byron, Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Connor Zillich, and Ryan Blaney. And I'll say one thing. Cars like Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Brad Keselowski, they need this pit. They need this comp caution. And that's just to get into the pits and get the track and get some track bar and make some wedge and track bar adjustments just to get back in the race, for better or worse.
Calling me weak. Hey, I can't nail a double core 16. And it will never be told. It's the best one. But it can help the humans who are. I One could argue that Holt isn't truly a villain at heart. He merely fell in with a bad crew. More accurately, he was born into it. Despite having an abusive brother, it's implied that Holt at least had a caring mother. So much so that she made Hopper promise not to kill his brother. I swear that I had promised my mother on her deathbed that I wouldn't kill him. Hopper honored his mother's wish, which may be the only decent thing you can say about it. Even so, Hopper mistreats Molt every chance he gets. When a bird hates Hopper, we not only feel relief for the ants, but also Molt, who can pursue his true calling in the circus. Number 12, Zurg. Viewers were split on Zurg's characterization in the spin-off. He's not an emperor, isn't Dragon's father, but rather an older bud from another timeline. And his reason for being called Zurg is pretty lazy-like. Despite these divisive changes, this Zurg certainly meets the criteria of a tragedy. He spent years trying to rewrite the law. Although it appears Zurg may be on the verge of completing his mission, Buzz finds that maybe his mistake wasn't a mistake.
I wasn't business right here. No, that new commander was going to arrest me for stealing the XL-15. I found a way to get them all.
By fixating on the past, and my job is to protect the spirit that you can't see. I plan.
Problematic for him. A guy like Cedric that's leading this thing but didn't get a good pit stall is because of the venture. Keep an eye on him and how he comes off that road. Under caution, it's 45 miles an hour. From that white line all the way to the end of the road. Under green, you can run 90 miles an hour on the flat.
Okay, coming out of the pits, basically status quo.
Shorter way around, you can get caught speeding, so they maximize all their efforts here by running on the outside. Here we go, Jamie.
Oh, they're not coming now. And Elliott will come in first. Oh, that's going to cost Chase a good bit of time. And coming out, it looks like, I'm not sure if that's Larson who comes out of the pit first, then Byron, Reddick, Gregson, Bush, Gregson, Cindric, Wallace, Bradrick, Sinjin, Reddick, Logano, Zillich, and Barry. Now, keep in mind, the cars that stayed out during this caution, Keselowski and a few others, they need to go in sooner or later for grip issues. Priest, Van Gisbergen, Bergen, McLeod, Jones, they all have to go in for grip because of grip issues sooner or later. And they do. Oh, God damn it. Don't tell me, Kelso, you're going to go a lap. Never mind. So Brad Keselowski stayed out to lead a lap, and now he has to go basically to the back of the line because he didn't go in with the leaders. Because he, Ryan Preece, B.J. McLeod, and Eric Jones didn't go in with the leaders. Brad was complaining at the back end of the midpoint of the run, around the 40 lap portion of the run, that his car had gotten uncontrollably loose. And Chase Elliott, after his screw up, also goes to the back of the line, as does Ryan Blaney. So once the green is waved, your top 10 will be Kyle Larson, William Byron, Bubba Wallace, Noah Gragson, Austin Cindric, Kyle Busch, Tyler Reddick, Joey Logano, Connor Silich, and Josh Berry. Larson's led 4 laps. Bubba Wallace has led 2, 4 for Austin Cindric, 26 for Logano, 10 for Reddick, 9 for Keselowski, and 11 by Chase Elliott, who basically has to start at the back of the pack after his little screw up. This is what happened at the comp caution. He overslid his pit box and he had to back up. So Cody Ware and Ryan Blaney also got penalized. One for leaving pit road and the other for pitting outside of his box. About to hit lap 69, and we are about to go back to green flag racing. And Larson will lead the pack to begin stage 2. Byron on the inside line. Larson leading the front of the pack from the out. Byron looking for some room. Lead of that lap goes to Larson, not Byron. Wallace moves back into second. Now currently sitting in 9th. Bowen moves into 10th. Carson Hosever is a lap down due to a tire blowing at lap 31. And Bubba Wallace moves back in front. Willing to get 9th away from Joey Logano. Can he get it? Or 7th, I should say. And he will take over the 7th spot. Or not. Where the hell did Gregson come from? Lap 77 of 260. 183 to go. Bubba Wallace leads the pack. Followed by William Byron, Kyle Larson, Austin Cindric, and Noah Gragson, your top 5.
full speed ahead. You guys, when these new which is compensating.
Entering lap 82. Now Byron moves to the inside line, trying to get around Kyle Larson. Not going to get this time by as a push by Bubba Wallace keeps Larson in the front as he recently just moved to the lead. Whoa! Trouble in the back. Josh Berry. And Ty Gibbs get together. Gibbs' car is on fire. That's going to bring out the yellow. And more importantly, if you're Carson Hocevar, that's going to get you back on the lead lap. Caution comes out at lap 82. Gibbs is able to get out of his car. It was in the middle of the pack when this occurred. So what happened? Okay. Late move by Gibbs and Berry, and it caused them to clip into each other. And I think Christopher Bell took a bit of damage, as did Denny Hamlin. But nonetheless, caution's out for the second time. This one for an actual accident. Kyle Larson leads the field, followed by William Byron, Bubba Wallace, Connor Zielich, Austin Cindric, Tyler Reddick, Noah Gragson, AJ Allmendinger, there's a shocking name, Joey Logano, and Kyle Busch, your top 10. Lucky Dog, as mentioned, will go to Carson Hocevar. And Carson Hocevar will get the Lucky Dog pass. That's getting him back on the lead lap, putting him back on the lead lap. But it's safe to say that at the very minimum, Ty Gibbs is out of the race. At minimum, Ty Gibbs is out of the race.
Anxiety helps the others to see that Riley is becoming her own individual, one they must all live with. There's wanted to kill his bike plane, aggressively no doubt, the objects had no reason to believe were sentient. Why his father was neglectful, his attention-seeking behavior made even more sense. There was no reason to think that Sid had malice in his heart, as evidenced by the terror on his face when he discovered toys were actually alive.
Toys can see endless.
Morphe the Bear was one of 4 human princes. Per his father's wishes, the desire for power above everything, including his family. Thus, his fate as a bear, on the inside and out, became permanent. everything as a result. To keep the company going, wasn't given an in-depth backstory. However, Monsters University reveals that the evil lizard-esque monster and Waternose's partner in crime wasn't always a villain.
Hey there, I'm your roomie. Name's Randy Bob, Scaring Major. Mike Wazowski, Scaring Major. I can tell we're going to be best chums, Mike.
Randall was actually a reserve student who was roommates and friends with Mike Wazowski. But when he joined the cool Roar Omega Roar Monsters, he started acting like them.
Let's be honest, boys.
But when his camouflage backfires because of James P. Sullivan in the Scare Games, he is quickly tossed aside by his so-called friends. In that moment, Randall swore he'd never be seen as less than Sully again. It's actually quite tragic.
It's the last time I loop.
You gotta go.
You can't leave yet. You have left you and cool. It's easy to sympathize. Standing in the way of number 5, Charles F. Muntz. Up. Charles Muntz started off as an adored explorer who had the world at his fingertips. But when people doubted his discovery of a rare bird skeleton, initially fooled Carl and Russell, they quickly realized he was consumed by this quest. Thus, ultimately, Muntz missed out on building a life because he was stuck in the past. And it's if Woody went, but when the star the love of a child. So it's no wonder he was angry and was his best and safest option. Number 3, Evelyn Dever, aka Screenslaver, Incredibles 2. Evelyn Dever tricked everybody by pretending to be an ally. In reality, she was pulling the Screenslaver's strings and plotting to ensure superheroes remained banned forever.
You can count on me anyway.
I'm supposed to, aren't I?
That he relied on everybody else. In fact, he was his core to our channel or all of there as cuddly. Let us know in the comments.
I had raised myself.
Tyler, Camp Rock. A child's brother got sick. Since Francis believed he was she was able to repeat the process for hundreds of years to cheat death. However, everything changed when a local king soldier took the flour and turned it into tea to save their pregnancy. Imagine if the only thing keeping you alive was taken to help someone you never met. Wouldn't you be a little upset too? Admittedly, we can't excuse Donald's choice. Forget about
We're currently sitting outside the top 10 as we're on lap 70, on lap 87.
admittedly overstepped a little and tried to stress the problem that was on her own. After checking her in, he felt immediately fired her without giving some semblance of the power she had. How could she? Why, I have to be raised. Number 16, Edgar Balthazar, the Aristocats. Edgar served as Madame Adelaide's butler for years before he overheard that she intended to give some vast portion to her cats upon her death. They wish to have vision that he takes care of the cat. If you look closely at this pirate's life, you'll see that he's trapped in something unthinkable. At some point in his life, Peter Pan removed his leg. The boy then made sure Hook's limb became crocodile food. Since the animal always followed the clock, the pirate became scared of innocent pickpocketing down his well. Hook's quest for revenge might still seem over the top until you remember where all of this took place. The animals and residents of Neverland tend to stay the same age for much longer than normal. Theoretically, the kid may have sentenced him to an eternity spent running from an immortal crocodile. That terrible fate is more than enough motivation.
And many in the front of the line are going to pit road. Those more in the back are choosing to stay out. Again, as I mentioned, Hocevar gets the lucky dog, and Keselowski will lead another pit road lap. Byron will hit It is pit first. Larson will come in second. Larson will come out first, followed by Reddick, Byron, Logano, Chastain, Zilich, Cindric, McDowell, Wallace, and Briscoe. Oh, it's Shane Van Gisbergen who got the lead, who gets the lead this lap. Cars that opted to stay out during this caution: John Hunter Nemechek, Cole Custer, J.J. Yaley, and Cody Ware. Everyone else opted to come in. We've been racing for over an hour, folks. As the drivers that stayed out decide to come in,
To be over. 4 years is a long way for Team USA to play again.
Shamed by the local townspeople for not being obedient. Upon refusing to marry a second time, the Reverend banished her from town and tried to take her sisters away from her. They tried to protect themselves and stayed together. Even after committing tons of evil acts, Winifred still gave up ultimate power in the end, so she would never be a part of her siblings. Oh, no. But you're willing to give up your power? Number 13. I only want me.
Sonic $6 All-American Smasher Meal. Great burger, even greater deal.
I'll have another. Make it a double.
Who are you talking to?
Vincent, my server, he's from San Diego.
Evie could have been fun. The antagonist?
I have killed my mother.
After spending years stealing to stay afloat, she got a legitimate job at a fashion company that was led by the abrasive Baroness. Over time, Stella realizes that her new boss was behind her mom's death. That revelation would have been bad enough on its own. However, Estella later learns that the Baroness was actually her birth mother too. By then,
If I really
a life of tragedy merely turned a woman with a natural gift for fashion into a cruel antagonist. Fortunately, the 2021 version of the story hints that Estella will end up as more of an anti-hero and less of a villain. Choose between nothing now. It is Hercules. There's a good reason Hades is so bitter all the time. When the gods were deciding what they were going to rule over, he was assigned to the underworld. Hades had to spend an unknown if trekked to Bori Khan's conquests, he still saw her, their leader Zira.
I'm sorry.
Number 6. Playing evil. Often kept his roommate, avid baseball player Michael Boog Yagubian, up late. Was up all night working his problem. When it came time for a week experience, Boog fell into a spiral of family. It was black puppy to transform into the fear. Her struggle to maintain her truth. You had good one. Maleficent. Maleficent. While Maleficent was a young fairy, I like you.
Lap 92, we're about to go back to green. Green flag getting ready to drop to be waved again in here on lap 92. John Nemechek currently sits in 29th. Ross Chastain sits in 5th. That's a signal we're about to go back to green flag racing. And here we go. Larson getting a push from his teammate Byron on the outside. Reddick getting it from Logano on the inside, and it's going to be Reddick who moves back into the lead. But Larson pushes back ahead. And now Byron trying to cut to the inside, but he gets blocked off. Both sides swarm Zillage, and he falls back outside the top 10 as Wallace goes into 10th, and Allmendinger challenging him for 11th. Ryan Blaney has a 2021 win in the spring, 6 top 10s in the new track, leading all drivers, 5 track wins, third and active amongst all drivers. But Blaney currently sits in the middle of the pack and it's 15th. Why in racing it's vital you get to the front of the pack at all costs. And trust me, it's going to be even worse next week on a road course in Texas, on that road track in Texas. Suarez on the inside, on the middle. Keselowski's sitting 27th at the moment. 14th on back. Kyle Busch trying to find the lane underneath him. And that has to suck that has to suck infinite levels of ball stack if you're Kyle Busch. You haven't won a race in 2 seasons. You're on your last gasp. You want to go out on top in at least one race. Bubba Wallace now getting ready to pass Larson. They're going to go for it. They're going to gamble. Bubba Wallace now moves to the lead. As for 101 through of 260 through in the Autotrader 400. It's from the Echo one. Whoa, cars in the wall. Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse. Who else got caught up in this wreck? On lap 120, what? Lap 103. So Riley Herbst. Yeah, that's going to put him in the garage for a few laps. BJ McLeod got caught up in it. Well, at least McLeod will be able to keep running, but I'm not sure about Stenhouse or... Ooh, that's a lot of damage to the front of Stenhouse's car. Okay, caution. Lap 104. So who else got caught up in this wreck? Looks like it was just those three. And it looks like it was just Herbst, McLeod, and Stenhouse who got caught up. And they pulled the tow truck out for Herbst's car, so he's now out of the race. So that means that now Riley Herbst is out of the race. As for those wondering who would get... Oh, and it looks like Michael McDowell took a little damage. I mean, Todd Gilliland also took a bit of damage. And Austin Dillon took a bit of damage, too. A lot of evasive maneuvers taken by a lot of these cars. Okay, here's the main angle. Dylan takes a hit from the back, spun out by Herbst. Gets a small nick in on Zane Smith, but Herbst goes up the track, which leads to the bunch up between him, Stenhouse, and McLeod. Gillen gets a small bit of damage. From Austin Dillon's camera. We already saw Gillen and McLeod go in the pit road, mostly for damage reasons. Here's from Eric Jones' viewpoint. Cars involved in the wreck: BJ McLeod, Cole Custer, Zane Smith, Riley Herbst, Todd Gillen, Austin Dillon, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So everyone from 19th on back will be in the pits first. Interesting choice of pit cycling. But Daniel Suarez taking four tires is a bonus. And coming out of the pit, at least out of this bunch first, is Ryan Blaney, then Carson Hocevar, Brett Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, Chris Buescher, John Hunter Nemechek, Ty Dillon, and a lot of work being done on Cole Custer's car. Keep in mind, the cars that went in were a small bunch from 19th all the way back to 24th. Tyler Reddick still leads the front pack, who chose not to come in.
It's got to be time. They only make 4 liners and cargo liners.
Seat protectors, side window deflectors, neutral left tops. Yeah, I just ordered WeatherTech's newest products.
Increase storage capacity with proof back up top. Buy American at WT.com. WeatherTech for the win.
Trying to predict the future is a hazardous observation. The only thing we can be sure of is that it will be fantastic. I'm thinking of the incredible breakthrough with communication satellites. This is possible a world in which we can be in instant contact with each other wherever we may be. When that time comes, the whole world will have shrunk to a point.
Pod's Epic Savings Event has been extended. Now save up to 25% until March 2nd. NCY Pods is America's #1 container moving company. Whether you're relocating or renovating, save up to 25% at pods.com today.
Sacrifice.
Okay, great.
Look how you don't have to sacrifice great coverage to save on insurance when you bundle holding on with Progressive.
Maybe something a little less specific.
You forgot to say yeah. It's like Simon Says for them.
The Autotrader 400 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Giving up on home and auto insurance. Stage 2. Here's a race summary.
8 different leaders, 26 lead changes, 32 cars on the lead lap, 3 cautions, 23 caution laps. First stage winner was Austin Cindric.
Today's big move sponsored by Pods. We're going to concentrate on Cole Custer. Well, this is a great move right here. You're going to see the 3-car at the right side down the racetrack, and he's got a lot of wheel into it to the right. Doesn't get that wheel back out of it and shoots back up the racetrack. And Cole Custer right there shoots the gap and just at the last minute pulls his car to the right. Talk about threading the needle. That was close.
Still took a bit of a nick. And we're back to racing under the green. Wallace takes the outside line. Bragg takes the inside line. And it's team 2311. Lean. Larson shoots to the bottom. Red gets a bump from his teammate on the outside to keep the lead. But the extra leverage in the front gives Reg enough pull away. Reg moves to the top. Larson second. Here comes Chase Briscoe moving in the third. Rest of your top 10, Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, William Byron, Ross Chastain, Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, Connor Zielich. Josh Berry and Ty Gibbs out of the race. And safe to say with the damage he suffered, Riley hurt, and the fact that his car had to get towed off the track, Riley Herbst is now out of the race. Stenhouse Jr. off the track to see if he can get the damage removed and get back on the get back in the race, even if it's just for points positioning. Okay, so Stenhouse is out of the race. Little push by Larson from Briscoe to Larson. Here comes Logano again. He's been up towards the front most of the day. McLeod goes back in the pits to see if he can get more of that damage rep prepared here on his car. 44 laps left in the stage. Tyler Reddick and Bubba Wallace still fight. Kyle Larson trying to find the seam. He's checked the outside line. He's checked the inside line. And we'll be right back. Let's turn on the light.
But here, it's only $7.99. And here from Mall, it's actually fire. What is it? Yeah, fire. Yeah, it's fire. It's Fireball. To tell you that we could take or leave the extravagant.
Just get one tough piece of egg for you out of here.
The bragging rights, the bravado, and it's only been really wanted is for every Ford driver to live.
Or not. Let's say 2 or 3 if I count this.
She's up to something, and I'm gonna figure out what it is. Militia.
That's just fucking caution how long it's been. Oh, that's a little further back in the pack. Never mind.
State of the Union address through key issues facing our nation to detail his vision for the future. Inside an analysis of the speech with special coverage hosted by Peachtree. Tuesday.
Wallace trying to slingshot to the outside. We're on lap 122 of 160. And Wallace will take the lead. Where the hell did Shane and Gisbergen come from? And for those wondering where he currently sits, I believe he's in either 7th or 8th. Connor Zilic coming up from the outside trying to pass him. Biggest mover since the restart. Then Gisbergen's up to 11th, up to 8th. Hocevar is in 17th. Blaney's down 17th. Christopher Bell to 14th, and Zane Smith I don't know where the hell he fell to. This is Trackhouse Racing's running order. Van Grisman, Chastain 7th and 8th, and Zilich in 9th, or 8th and 9th, and Chastain in 6th. Gotta be passed by his teammate for 7th. Whoa! Kyle Busch goes flying into the wall. He goes. Caution's out. On lap 125. I hope it's thawed enough to where I can eat it safely.
He had an interesting finish to the Daytona 500 with 2 laps to go, completely backed out of the gas to trade, so he wouldn't, as he put it, to the spotter.
And now Kyle Busch is out of the race.
And he didn't. Around it, finished 15th. After all that just about the final lap. The end of the day,
Tough break for the Cheddars. There's Childress Chevy. And a tough break for Kyle Busch. His race is done. And for those wondering what the hell this is I'm eating, it's a moussaka. It's put in my freezer that's been sitting there since the Super Bowl. In a nutshell, think of Greek lasagna that uses eggplants as the layering instead of pasta. And for those wondering, yes, I actually made this stuff. So everyone from 17th on back is going to take a pit stop this round. So this would mean Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Carson Hocevar, Eric Jones, Cole Custer, Daniel Suarez, AJ Allmendinger, Ty Dillon, Ryan Preece, Zane Chris Buescher, Brent Priest, Chris Buescher, Zane Smith, Cody Ware, John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Dillon, and JJ Yaley are all coming in the pit. Todd Gilliland is 2 laps off pace, so he doesn't matter. Yaley, though, does get a lucky dog. It looks like Cole Custer is the first one to come out. Tyler Reddick has now led the most laps thus far at 34. Kyle Larson is 28. Joe Nemechek, 26. Bubba Wallace has led 14. 11 laps led by Chase Elliott. 9 laps by Brad Keselowski. Austin Cindric has led 4. And Shane Van Gisbergen and William Byron have each led 1 under the caution. Looks like a wall bracing came loose. Loose where Kyle Busch spun out. Among them, Jane Smith, the can't do shit, scary shit loose. Brad Keselowski. Christopher Bell. And here we go, lap 132. Red getting a good bump from Byron to move into to keep the lead. But then he cuts to the top to give way to his teammate, Bubba Wallace. Uh-oh. Here comes, is that Larson or Briscoe trying to get around Reddick? I think that's Larson. Yeah, that is Kyle Larson. You try to get around Reddick, but to little avail. Now Larson goes to the bottom, dives forward, and will take the lead. But here comes Bubba Wallace again. Down the bottom. Kyle Larson leads, followed by Bubba Wallace, Tyler Reddick, William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Joey Logano, Shane Van Gisbergen, Ross Chastain, Connor Zilic, and Austin Cindric. And Wallace goes to the bottom, trying desperately to take the lead from Larson. 3 wide behind them between Logano, Byron, and Reddick. Here comes Gregson up the middle to give Byron that push as Logano loses traction. Oh, that's Chastain. Excuse me. I thought that was Gregson. Moves Ross up to 4th. Chastain to 3rd. Going high. In the meantime, you got 2 3 wide racing behind these guys. Guys in the middle of the pack. Tyler Reddick with 38 laps led. Kyle Larson at 35, about to be 36, with 20 to go on the stage. He leads Ross Chastain, Bubba Wallace, William Byron, Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, Shane Van Gisbergen, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, and Joey Logano, your top 5 and 10.
Chewy orders on the way from Jaws. Who never lets go of what he loves. So Dad uses Chewy, everything he needs to keep loving life. Mouthful at a time, for low prices, for life with pets. There's Chewy. Full Dr. Pepper cherry is the best.
Strawberry is the best.
Dr. Pepper and cream soda.
I reckon Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream.
Imagine that fresh sheet day. A fresh sheet week with Fresh. You can climb into more freshness. Night after night for up to 7 days. He breathes life into your laundry.
Chastain falls back to 4th. Osafar has clawed his way to 11th. Where the hell did Priest come from? And now Chastain dives under. Does he go to the lead? Pushing Larson to the top. Not in this round. Here comes Chase Briscoe now to 3rd. And Chastain loses grip. Gets locked up. Now Byron in the middle. And now Chase Briscoe moves to the lead. I don't know which car hit and clipped the wall. Yeah, where the hell did Carson come from? Here comes Bubba again. Four to go, and Cindric and Bush are falling backwards. And Larson to the lead on Briscoe. Red continuing to shoot up the racetrack. Chase Elliott moving to fourth goes to fourth over Chase Briscoe. Here comes Hocevar for fifth and Shane Van Gisbergen for sixth. Ryan Blaney in the fence on the outside. Gotta be careful here. Two to go this time by. Larson leads the pack, followed by Byron Wallace, Elliott, Hocevar, Elliott, Van Gisbergen, Briscoe, Logano, Blaney, Reddick, your top 10. Will Byron get it this time? Yes, he clears him. Byron to the lead on the last lap of the stage, but here comes Bubba Wallace again. Who's going to get it? Is it going to be Bubba or Byron? Reddick moves back in the fourth. Larson spins out. And at the line, it's Byron. Van Gisbergen is able to save taking much of a hit. Caution comes out anyway. The rest of your top 10 on this stage. Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Carson Hoceber, Brian Blaney, Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski, and Ross Chastain, your top 10. Or Bubba Wallace will take it. Excuse me. So Bubba Wallace will get 10 points for winning the stage, 9 points to William Byron, 8 to Chase Briscoe, 7 for Tyler Reddick, 6 for Chase Elliott. Hocevar gets 5, Blaney gets 4, Priest gets 3, Keselowski will get 2, and Chastain will get the last bonus point. Rest of the field. Austin Cindric finishes the stage in 11th. Then Zane Smith, Eric Jones, Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Chris Buescher, Joey Logano, Connor Zielich, Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, Daniel Suarez, Noah Gragson, Cody Ware, AJ Allmendinger, Cole Custer, Austin Dillon, John Hunter Nemechek. And Kyle Larson is basically done for the day, as is Shane Van Gisbergen. No, they're saying Van Gisbergen will get the bonus point. Kyle Larson, on the other hand, out of the race. Tough break for fans of the defending champion.
Daytona 500 started on time. Made some great decisions starting the race early with the weather, and ultimately we had one of the things that we needed to make something happen. It's not red as our Daytona 500 champion. We'll expert opinion on top storylines, and here's some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment. NASCAR scores this just as they would at the end of the race. Instead of running to the line or using the last scoring loop crossed, it is at the moment of caution to determine the running order at the end of the stage, and you'll see that the yellow light illuminates waiting. And at that point, Bubba Wallace was the leader. He is the stage winner. William Byron, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, and Chase Elliott. How they just set the top 10 and pay off the points accordingly. There's some radio from Kyle Larson about that crash. I didn't know we were 3 wide. the spotter. Kyle Larson, the driver.
Tough break.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing there at the end, but he definitely came down too many lanes and wound up getting himself turned around.
So Kyle Larson will join Kyle Busch, BJ McLeod, Ricky Stenhouse, Tigers, and Josh Berry out of this race at the end of stage 2. Earned today in the 2 stages, led by Will Wallace. What do we expect here?
Well, Mike, we're going to go back racing with just a little over 90 laps to go. I think this is a great opportunity.
Everyone's going to top off on fuel.
With new tires, blast right through the field. So get them all you can. Now's the time, right?
Yeah, and guys like you said, Ryan Preece and a couple of those guys that did put tires on, they made a difference.
Here they come. Wallace leads them down. Who's going to get to their pit stall first? Byron will get into his pit lane first, into his pit box first. Then Briscoe. Then Wallace and Reddick at the end of the line will be the last one to get in. Byron out. First one out. Briscoe had a back stall. This is going to cost him, and he's out. Wallace gets out pretty easily. And coming out, it's Ryan Blaney first, then Zane Smith, Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski. Interesting. Carson Hocevar stayed out, so he'll get a point. So which guys stayed out? So our top 10 that when we get to the restart will be Ryan Blaney, Zane Smith, Chris Buescher, Ryan Preece, Carson Hocevar, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin, Bubba Wallace, William Byron, and Tyler Reddick. With 94 to go, as we continue to go through the caution laps. For those wondering why I only update the lap count during cautions or green flag restarts or what have you, it's to save up a little more time as opposed to just basically changing this every damn lap. Blaine leads his first lap of the day. Carson Hocevar's led a lap. Brad Keselowski led 9 laps early. Bubba Wallace led 20. 2 led by William Byron. Tyler Reddick, 38. Chase Elliott with 11 under his belt. Austin Cindric with 4. Chase Briscoe led 6. Joey Logano led 26. 1 lap by Shane Van Gisbergen. Kyle Larson led the most laps with 47. He's out of the running now. Todd Gillen gets a lucky dog. He's going to be 1 lap off the pace. We have 29 on the lead lap. J.J. Elliott is 4 laps off pace. Kyle Busch, B.J. McLeod, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Riley Herbst, Ty Gibbs, and Josh Berry. Those are the 6 that are out of the race. 7 out of the race right now. Just 1, 2, where Ty Gibbs and Josh Berry go up in smoke. Then a 7-car wreck on lap 104 that included Austin Dillon, Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Todd Gilliland, Carson Hocevar. Then Kyle Busch spins off turn 2. And then Kyle Larson and Shane Van Gisbergen go off course. And while Shane is able to save his car, Kyle is not. Again, set to go back to green on lap 69. So it'll be 91 to go this time by. And here we go. And Zane Smith getting a bit of a push from Brad Keselowski on the inside to try to get him past him. Zane gets his nose in front. And Zane Smith will take the lead. Here comes Keselowski on the inside with getting a push from Denny Hamlin. And now Brad Keselowski goes to the front. Moves back to the front. But can he hold the line for 91 more, for about 88 more laps? I honestly don't think so. Here comes Hamlin on the inside, and he'll jump to the front. Here comes William Byron again. And NASCAR's modern-day villain now moves into the lead. And Smith is falling further and further back in the pack. And Cole Custer falling backwards. Front two are Hamlin and Kelso. Chase Briscoe tries to move to the front. Can't get to it. Keselowski on the outside, Briscoe on the end. Blaney led this pit stop to the green, and he got passed. Hamlin now moves in front. Briscoe in second. Keselowski in third. Blaney in fourth. Keselowski cuts to the inside, gets around, tries to get around Briscoe, and he does. Falls back in line behind Hamlin. So that's what happened with Blaney. He only took 2 tires instead of 4. Interesting. Hamlin, Keselowski, Briscoe, Blaney, Byron, Chastain. Chastain, Elliott, Van Gisbergen, Smith, and Busch are your top 10. And now Briscoe moves to the lead. Moves back to the lead. Here comes Blaney. Three wide behind Briscoe. Keselowski trying to take second. He can't at the moment. He doesn't have any draft help. Here comes Bubba Wallace. Maybe he can lend a hand. Keselowski's led 3 times for 10 laps. It's been a quiet day for Denny Hamlin. This is from Tyler Reddick's car. Oh, Eric Jones, excuse me. This is from John Hunter Nemechek's view. Don't get me wrong, folks. These cars are going to have to pit at least one more time at minimum. Gibbs Racing teammates racing for the top. Briscoe in first, Hamlin in second, Blaney in third, Byron fourth. Then it's Elliott, Wallace, Keselowski, Van Gisbergen, and Priest, your top 10. Since the reconfiguration, Hamlin has never won at Atlanta. His best finish was 6th, twice. This is what happened at the end of stage 2 to Kyle Larson. Let's see. Average Atlanta pit window. Okay, so many of these cars are almost out of gas, as many of them pitted around lap 164 to lap 168. Or they're at least a third of the way through their gas, around halfway through their gas tanks, at minimum. Logano looking for 8th place, or maybe even 9th, I don't know. It is getting hectic out there as the sun sets in Georgia. Briscoe leads the pack, followed by Hamlin, Blaney, Byron, Chastain, Elliott, Wallace, Keselowski, Logano, and Van Gisbergen. We're over 2 hours into this. We're almost 3 hours into this race. Ryan Blaney trying desperately to catch up and to stay on in the drafting lane. Logano moves to 8th. But as a consequence, Keselowski falls further back he falls into the middle of the field. And knocks him out of the top 10 again on lap 199. On lap 189. 71 to go this time by.
They support you. Grandma supports you. You're a lucky guy. It doesn't have progressive and takes it out on those who do. It makes it easy. Okay, you can add sooner here.
Christopher Bell trying to wedge his way through this. Another caution would be helpful for Todd Gilliland to get back in the lead lap. He sits in 30th, the first car off the lap pace. Van Gisbergen, Keselowski, and Logano go 3 wide. I think that Gisbergen's got the advantage. We're down to 70.
Get hand smashed made to order, plus a side and medium drink for just $6. Great burger, even greater deal. Try the Sonic All-American Special Meal for $6 today.
It's getting hectic down in Atlanta. On board with Keselowski, trying to catch up to the top 10 drivers. Currently sits in 10th, and out barely in the top 10, and now he just got passed by Shane Van Gisbergen again, but he takes the position back. Trying to get low and get some help from Christopher Bell. Bell take over the 9 slot. I honestly never really cared for the United Football League.
March 27th on Fox. This is NASCAR.
What's in? Got to hit the 200 lap point on a cold, windy day in Atlanta. Bubba Walsley in the inside lane, Ryan Blaney in the outside lane. Here comes Bubba.
Crazy all day. They've been hammered out trying to get themselves to the front, but every time they get to this point in the stage, you start to see that 23, 45, 19, when all of the same cars show back up. I'm really concerned about
For better or worse.
his tire deficit, knowing that his car hasn't been really good. So the ambulance starts to make this 12 car anymore. Larry, I know it's too early here, but it seems pretty calm here. Did we see a green flag stop?
We're a ways away from that, Clint. Remember, the fuel window was somewhere around 70 to 74 laps. We're back to 91 to go. Right now, being at lap 196.
Here comes Blaney shooting the outside. He's going to take the lead.
Don't be splitting it half. You're going to run as far as you can. I'm saying around lap 240, so just over 40 laps from now. 240 to 245.
That could have been big right there. Yeah, we saw that 12 car fall out. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, we hadn't seen it all day, been talking about how he might not be able to do it. But he didn't clear it. And now he's got himself in a position to where.
And let's say we're going up the racetrack. Got tied up to now tie on the bottom. That's exactly right. Not where that's what I wanted to be. Trying to chase it. Brad Keselowski.
Keselowski takes a hit from behind by Chase Elliott.
Thank you for lifting for me. That could have been the big one. 46 lead changes so far, and still 62. I think these Toyotas, they win the
AJ Allmendinger has clawed his way into the top 10. Where the hell did he come from? And we got Van Gisbergen around again. Caution out at lap 200. Hit the wall. No, I am not. I've mostly gotten wind, and yesterday I got rain. I think this storm is bringing, if any snow is coming to the Carolinas, it's mostly going as far to the East Coast part of the most eastern portion of the state. I live more towards the middle of the state, so when it comes to snow, I'm not getting anything. It's just wind. I mean, I'm just getting the wind. This is from the view of Austin Cindric's car. Here's from Ross Chastain's view. And everyone's coming into the pits. Bubba Walls will lead the posse down, followed by Chase Briscoe, Denny Hamlin, yada, yada, yada. And with 59 to go, everyone's going to need 4. Todd Gillen will get back in the lead lap. He's a lucky dog. Ryan Blaney will get into his pit first. Then William Byron, Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski, AJ Allmendinger, Chase Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, Alex Bowman, Denny Hamlin. And Hamlin will come out first, then Reddick, Blaney, Elliott, Logano, Briscoe, Keselowski. I don't understand why half of these guys didn't take any tires. I mean, Allmendinger takes 2. And out of the top 10, the only one to take tires is Allmendinger, and he only took 2. This could come back to bite many of the front runners that came in during this car. That decision to not take any tires and go fuel only might come back to bite many of these leaders in the ass. Many of the front runners in the ass. Carson Hocevar gets another lap, gets to lead the lap. Todd Gillen is second. Gillen only getting the number 2 slot, predominantly because he got the lucky dog, i.e., he's back in the front of the pack. He's back on the lead lap. So Hocevar already has 1 point or bonus point already snugly secure in the terms of how many laps he's led. He's led 2, maybe 3 now. We won't see the Cup itself until November. And as Hocevar and Gillen go back into the pits to finish up the stops, Denny Hamlin will resume the lead, followed by Ryan Blaney, Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Carson Hocevar, Joey Logano. It should be Joey Logano, Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, William Byron, AJ Allmendinger, and Austin Cindric. Six laps led by Hamlin, 5 by Blaney, 3 by Reddick, 11 by Elliott, 2 by Hocevar, 26 by Logano, 27 by Briscoe, 10 by Keselowski, 4 from Cindric, 23 from Bubba Wallace, 1 each for Zane Smith and Shane Van Gisbergen, 48 by Kyle Larson. And the cars out of the race: Josh Berry, Ty Gibbs, Riley Herbst, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., BJ McLeod, Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and Kyle Larson. J.J. Alley is 7 laps off the pace. He's the first car off pace now that Todd Gilliland is back on the lead lap. Next Sunday, it's the Duramax Grand Prix from the Horse of the Americas in Texas. So Bubba Wallace's car sput misfired. So that's what happened when he fell to 14th. Tyler Reddick moves to the front. Lap 204, and we are back to green. Hamlin with Blaney pushing him to the front. Then it's Reddick in third. Then you have a clusterfuck in the back. Briscoe cuts to the outside line. Now Hamlin and Reddick cut to the outside. Elliott tries to get through on the inside, and he can't. Tyler Reddick goes to the lead, and Elliott unfortunately gets caught in the middle. Tyler Reddick moves back in front. Then it's Hamlin, Byron, Blaney, Elliott, Briscoe, Logano, Keselowski, Cindric, Allmendinger. Here comes Chastain to the outside, to the inside line. Moves back into the top 10. Uh-oh. 3 wide in the middle. John Hunter Nemechek moving up. $47 to go this time by. Or 48 to go. Here comes Blaney. Getting a push from his teammate Cindric. Here comes Blaney down the side, going low. Need a little extra push from Cindric. Didn't get it. He's going to get it now. And here comes Bubba Wallace and Brad Keselowski on the inside. Uh-oh. Briscoe nearly goes up against the fence on that run. Here comes Bell. Here comes Bell again to the bottom. It's a car that's off the lead lap that they just got around. I think that's Yaley's car. $41 laps to go. Let's crank it up. It is getting tight out there. 40 to go this time by. Blaney moves to the lead. Reddick is second. And Cindric second. And now Cindric moves to the lead. And Austin Cindric goes to the front. Brad Keselowski kind of the inside. Can he get back in front? He'll at least get second on this lap. Back up, Ryan. Back up a little bit. And now Keselowski loses drafting help as Ross Chastain moves into third. Oh, Hamlin spins out. And a big collection in the back of the pack. Zillage gets hit, and we got a big one at lap 223. Tyler Reddick. Michael McDowell. Connor Zillage. Zillage. And a tough break for Tyler Reddick. He led the pack for a good chunk of the day, and now he's out of the race. Or he's still in the race, but there's still some significant damage that's going to keep him in the pits for a while. So let's see. What cars got collected in this shit? Tyler Connor Zillage, Michael McDowell, Denny Hamlin, Cody Ware, Alec Bowman, AJ Allmendinger. Let's look at this from Michael McDowell's viewpoint. Now from Austin Dillon's perspective. Was able to escape any more carnage than what he had already gotten in his previous wreck. Now from Hamlin's viewpoint. Goldberg? Bucks win. Holmberg.
It's a Balrog work on the back. So it's going to look like on a shelf. Looks like it folds up really nicely. And it also comes Amazon and
Speaking of free, here's how you can take a shot at some this week. DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, DraftKings has an exclusive offer for racing fans. Just download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up.
Three-two to go.
From St. Pete Saturday at noon on Fox. The IndyCar race next Sunday at noon on Fox. And then the Cup Series race from Austin, Texas on Fox. So if you're a road race fan, you're going to get you that next weekend on Fox Saturday and Sunday. Well, chaos, that was the word of the day. According to Clint, and certainly we have seen the most of it, but it looks like they got the hot hand as we go into what we think may be the closing stages of this race with 31 to go.
Well, you're looking Austin Cindric. I mean, we started all the way to that completely. I think he started 30 at the beginning of the race, so I like the handling and what I see out of Austin Cindric. Great super speedway, restriction type race car driver with him. So I think I got to do more together. I'm not jumping ship. I think Chase Elliott's still going to be in the middle of this, but I like those four tires on Ross Chastain's cars. Yes, just because. Offense. I always want to be on offense, and you see just how little of a moment it takes right there to be able to enjoy the gunner to get yourself in trouble. But those are the accidents that we've seen. It doesn't take much for you get out of control. So anything you have to help that work. And obviously surviving is the and now I have a track position. I have the advantage of my Ross Chastain. That can be seen. Okay. I'm curious about Christian Bell because last year's winner has gotten it in the top 5, but he hasn't really been a force to win this race yet. Do you know where he won that race from? The starting position last year? 32nd. Okay. You know where he started today? 32nd. Number changes. Echopark Speedway, Atlanta Speedway, 54 now. And we're not done. I think Chastain's the one that can really shake this race up. I completely agree with you, Kevin. Got the upper hand with the tires. You know, all the drivers out there are on the happiest sit in one car right now. Don't have the dancing partners up here. We trust, but I don't know with the way this race is, with these runs and everything else that we're seeing getting into 1 and in 3 for that matter. I don't know if the dancing partners do anything anyway. Yeah, well, you just have to take the runs when you get them, and you're gonna push whoever's in front of you. You only have so many choices, and I think that the big decisions from when you're 3 wide, the guy that's taking the run, to keep pushing him. You let him go on his own and push the guy in the middle. So it's really going to come down to who can make all those right decisions as we get towards the end. But we've seen Cedric Blaney, Chastain, we've seen all those guys. Christopher Bell won here last year, but almost made those decisions, not lost coming up front. So a lot of players in those top 8 cars. 28 cars will restart on the lead lap.
And on lap 231, we are back to green. Chastain on the inside, Cindric on the out. Ford versus Chevy, Chastain to the inside, on the inside line. Cindric trying to keep him behind him on the outside, and side by side with him on the out. Logano moves to 7th. Moves to 6th. On color. I wasn't even aware that Keselowski had a broken leg. Was still in recovery from a broken leg. Logano loses his nose again, allows Chastain to get around him for 4th. Wallace will go by him for 5th. Keselowski hanging on in 7th and 8th. Here comes his teammate Ryan Preece to try to give him a little nudge. Pushes him to 7th, bumps. Here comes Hocevar. And Logano goes around. Is he going to save it? Yes. And Christopher Bell has moved up to the top 3. Where the fuck did he come from? Got nicked by Hocevar and he spun out. So the question now is, do these guys finally come in to get one last batch of fresh tires? Your top 10 are Cindric, Bell, Blaney, Wallace, Chastain, Keselowski, Hocevar, Smith, Byron, and Elliott. Logano spins out. He falls to 28th place. Let's look at this from the view of Carson Hocevar.
Sports because they've been out there in this 40-degree weather and 25 to 35 mile an hour winds all day long. You guys are the goats, and we appreciate the great views you've been giving us in what is Chamber of Commerce weather. They had that. It was 80 degrees, we are reminded anyway.
Looks like I get to fly right now and have your walls directly. You beat trap cards. Giant Nevermore. Your higher no feathers will break your free into. But if you roll for lower, the Nevermore will turn on your own forces. That's the choice I'm getting. It's your turn. Oh, resourceful raider. See, now you can take Ruby's discard carefully and put it in your hand. And back to a warrior has endurance boost and natural hazard. You can use Sandstorm to disable my ground forces and simultaneously infiltrate my dry place.
Or confusion, which may be, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, sleepiness, nausea, vomiting, and indigestion are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Ask about free. Somewhere out there, someone's paying $30 for a single plate of steak and shrimp. What? At a lobster tail and pushing 50s. Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're all. It's actually fire. What is it?
Qualified buyers can get 1.9% financing on this
These things will make possible a world in which we can be in contact with each other wherever we may be. And that comes the whole world must strong to a point.
Mix it like this to make sure the water. This is almost done. Okay. Is that good enough? Yeah. Drop the sponge. Hey, it says here. Well, I'm going to try and find it. Rather, I feel like we should get flavor. We'll let it be that great. Yes. That's how. Yeah, it's delicious. Strawberry. Strawberry. It's delicious after all. It's the best after all.
Remember back to stage one, he had damage on the right side in the rocker area. They brought him down. They had to look at that. They also had to swap out his steering wheel. It wasn't in alignment the way that he wants to see it, so they swapped that out. So he's had to battle from the back of the field.
Interesting for Christopher Bell. I mean, started this thing 32nd. He's been quietly but surgically moving his way through the pack. And he's hoping to make it 4. But he's going to have a lot of competition to do it against with 18 to go. And with 17 to go, when we drop the green flag. Pace car is off. And we are back to green flag racing. Ford's on the inside. Chevys and Toyota combos on the out. Cindric gets a push from his teammate teammate Blaney to try to get to the front. Keselowski giving him a little extra nudge. Here comes Zane Smith as the cars behind these 4 spread out. Begin to spread, lose drafting pace. The question is, will that come into play? Bell and Cindric fighting for the top spot. Here comes Carson. Trying to thread the needle, but can't. Keselowski moves to 3rd. Can he or Bubba Wallace get around Christopher Bell? Can't blame him. 4 wide up top, 15 to go. Here comes Buescher. Here comes Reddick coming back. Reddick gets around Priest. Cindric guts to the outside. Now Keselowski gets shuffled into the center. Or his Hocevar moves in the 3rd. Where the hell did he come from? Can he break up Bell and Wallace is the question. We're down to 13. Oh, Tyler Reddick has come back. He moves in the 3rd. It's not good if you're Brad. You're falling backwards for every second. He's fallen to 14th. Cindric falls to 6th. Bubba Wallace now to the lead. 11 to go this time by. 10 to go next time by. Chastain looking for 5th. He'll get it. Bush goes to the Wallace goes to the inside. Bell stays to the out. Hocevar trying to decide who to push. He's going to push Wallace. Reddick is going to push Bell. Wallace will take the lead. Will maintain the lead. Here comes Ross Chastain again. There you see Michael Jordan, the owner of Team 2311. Here comes Hocevar shooting to the bottom. Here comes the pack. Here comes Briscoe. Three wide from the back. Oh, we're getting bumps. Steady, boys. Seven to go. Six left. Can Bubba Wallace hold the line? Here comes Chastain. Moves to third place. 6 to go. Five to go. Here comes Hocevar again. Threads the needle. Four to go. Hocevar to the top for the lead. Will he get it? Not yet. Bell gets back in the second. And we got a spin out. William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, Cole Custer. Todd Gilliland. We may be going overtime with 4 to go. We're going to overtime with 3 to go. Austin Dillon. Who else got caught in this wreck? John Hunter Nemechek, Eric Jones, Austin Cindric. So let's see what happened. Okay. Gets loose here. A lot of people dodge it. Cindric spins out. Then it's Custer, Gillen, Gregson, Hamlin, Logano. John Hunter Nemechek manages to avoid damage. Cody Ware takes a lick. We're going to overtime, folks, much to my personal dismay. And if you're the guys at the front of the pack, you got to go for tires now. Mostly to avoid taking a hit. Let's take a look at this from Joey Logano's perspective. This is from Austin Dillon's view. A lot of wrecks in this point. So we're under a red flag, huh? And that's just for the cleanup. If there's one thing I hate about this sport, it's the red flag. I just had a plate of leftover moussaka that I'd stored in the freezer. So at this point, 28 of the 38 cars that were on the track today have been involved in a wreck in one way or another. Lone exceptions: Daniel Suarez, Chase Briscoe, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece. This red flag is going to take a bit to clean up. And with that going on, let's check in on Boston versus Los Angeles in the NBA. This will be, and trust me, this will be quick. Opening day on MLB on NBC on Peacock. It's a doubleheader. Pirates and Mets at 3, and then at 10:30, Diamondbacks against the Dodgers. Ties pit. Doncic, step back. Nope. Rebound, Vucevic. Fought over. Stolen by Brown. I don't know why Luka didn't chase after him. He's Vucevic. To Pritchard. To Brown. Step back. Got it. He's with it. Yeah, that was a shit shot, Jackson. Or is that Austin Reeves? Or that may be Laravia. Oh, that was Reeves. Stolen. Laravia. And he gets it in. Tie 19. They're going to be out of bounds to the Celtics, if you ask me. Not involved in wrecks today. Ross Chastain, Brad Keselowski, Daniel Suarez, and I missed the rest of the list. As we go to overtime. Yeah, Bubba Wallace drives for Michael Jordan's 2311 squad. Hamlin drives for I question Hamlin, Keselowski going to the pits now. Elliott and Keselowski going to the pits now. Dillon, Byron, Ware, Cindric, they're all out of the race at this point. Gilliland, he's out of the race. Custer's out. Logano's out. That's probably the biggest concern with Tyler Reddick. The fact that his car doesn't have a fender on the right, a front fender on the right side. Last driver to win the first 2 races of the season, Matt Kenseth in 2009. Granted, he wouldn't win another race after that, and neither would Team Jack Roush, Roush Fenway Racing. Wallace and Bell have not been into the pit since lap 200. Since over 60 laps ago. Hocevar, not since lap 226. Reddick, since 240. Elliott, Keselowski, Hamlin, and Gregson all came in lap 259. Hurricane Carson is going to have his work cut for him in that 77 Spectrum Chevy. The tension is mounting here in Atlanta. There you see Coach Joe Gibbs. Kyle Busch in the truck race yesterday. Last night in the O'Reilly series. And it was Sheldon Cree who came out on top. Walls is going to choose the inside line. Bell going to choose the out. Priest to the top. Suarez to the bottom. Smith to the top. Into the bottom. Holtby Van Gisbergen to the top. Elliott to the bottom. Allmendinger to the top. Dillon to the top. Hamlin to the bottom. Nemechek to the bottom. And to the top, Keselowski. Blaney and Cindric go to the top. We go to the bottom and top. We go to the top and bottom. Here we go. Green flag for lap 264. Green white checkers begins now. And Bell goes around. At least no one else got hit. I mean, at least no one else spun out. I wonder how Judah did in this game today against Atlanta. Game center. Scoreboard. So the Rougarou end the year and get their 12th and final win of the season. Or at least I think it's going to be their last. And Judah does nothing again. Well, there's no qualifying because of rain. Bubba Wallace leads Hocevar. And Walsh shoots to the top lane. Hocevar goes to the middle, trying to thread the needle, but that's opening the window for Reddick. And Reddick will go to the lead. White flag coming up. Here comes Briscoe. Coming off turn three for the last time. And coming off turn 4, back to back, it is Tyler Reddick with Chase Briscoe second, Ross Chastain third, then Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez, Shane Van Gisbergen. Final race results. Tyler Reddick wins, followed by Chase Briscoe, Ross Chastain, Carson Hocevar, Daniel Suarez, Shane Van Gisbergen, Zane Smith, Bubba Wallace, Ryan Preece, and Ryan Blaney, your top 10. Finishing in 11th, Chase Elliott, then AJ Allmendinger, Denny Hamlin, Noah Gragson, Chris Buescher, Ty Dillon, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, John Hunter Nemechek, Michael McDowell, your top 20. Christopher Bell is the last car in the lead lap in 21st. Finishing 22nd, Cole Custer, then Alex Bowman in 23rd, Eric Jones in 24th, Todd Gilliland in 25th. And out of the race, Austin Cindric finished out of the race in 26th, Cody Ware 27th, William Byron 28th, Austin Dillon, Connor Zielich, JJ Haley, Kyle Larson, Riley Herbst, Kyle Busch, BJ McLeod, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ty Gibbs, and Josh Berry all ended the day in the garage, out of the race. Four hours on this race I sat. But nonetheless, it's over. Tyler Reddick goes back-to-back, but can he make it 3 in a row at COTA? I highly doubt it. For me, Van Gisbergen's the favorite. And here comes his airness. As an owner of a stock car racing team, he's proven competent, which is more than I can say for his time as executive of basketball operations, either in Washington or here in Charlotte. That's it for the Autotrader 400 of 2026. I'm Mets2128. Subscribe to the Aboriginal and Hardcore Sports Networks. Goodbye. And good fucking night. Bang.